Hello everybody, welcome. It's Thursday, and that means we are continuing with the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We're on the final case, like the back half of the final case, which is very exciting. Hello.
Having some robot problems.
Hi.
Oh no.
Give me a minute. I think I just have too many tabs open.
Submit to your robot overlords.
That means I can't hear you guys
Thursday. Thursday. Dat Thurs.
Thursday. Hi, Selfie.
It's Dat Thurs.
It's that Thurs.
Oh shit, what up?
Dat Thursday. What that Thurs do? Get that
Oh,
Am I
Thurs.
alone in thinking that that boy is one of the worst memes?
It genuinely was my favorite meme for a while.
I'm indifferent.
Duality of man.
I'm mostly indifferent. Yeah, I thought it was
I
funny.
love that funky little frog on a unicycle.
You did, Selfie. You missed the witness stand breaking, which is truly unfortunate. You can always go back and watch the VOD and see it again.
That boy definitely felt like one of the more low effort memes. It also didn't last for that long. if I
That's why
remember
it
right.
was
Yeah.
so funny to me.
Yeah, fair.
Because of just how nothing it was.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I
no.
appreciated people's enthusiasm for it. You know?
The
Yeah.
meme that I just, it's not that I couldn't stand it, but close to is damn Daniel.
Same. I was about to say the exact same thing,
liked
actually.
That one, it was just haha. He says the damn Daniel.
He's got
in the
shoes
funny
on. This
voice.
guy's wearing some shoes.
He's
You
wearing.
know, I won't.
Is that
won't
the
judge you if you liked it.
is
but-
that the back at it at the Krispy Kreme?
No.
No.
it's actually with the white band.
Oh.
Back
He's
at
wearing
it
some
again
shoes.
with the
That's
with
the
the
whole
white
white
band.
band.
Oh. Okay.
And the guy for some
My
reason
brain
can't-
has merged those two memes together, and so it is exclusively, damn, Daniel, back at it at the Krispy Kreme.
That Krispy Kreme
Does
was
a backflip.
funny, though. That was-
Just
that
a
was-
That was
backflip.
funny.
that's
name is
that's what that is in my brain. So I guess I don't know what the original
I
damn
wanna know
Daniel
why-
is.
I want to know why this seemingly a middle schooler, because that's what he looks like to me, or these children look like middle schoolers, sounds like Greg Sipes from fucking Beast Boy and Teen Titans.
Whoa.
Like,
Right, he
he's,
does.
like,
A little bit, yeah.
he's 12.
I still reference the end of the world video.
Yeah, I don't. We're too
I
young.
don't know about the end of the world.
sorry.
Fire the lasers, right? That one. The fire the missiles. Fire the missiles, right? It's like the French
Yeah,
guy with the cigarette.
I know the.
Listen,
I know
I'm
I know
not-
the fire in my laser.
I'm not that
was-
young.
That's a different one.
But I do not partake in the meme.
I feel like
I
know
did not
vaguely
partake
what
in the
you're
memes when I was a
Oh, yeah,
child.
Healthy, I know exactly what you're talking about. I do know that one.
I also lived in the middle of nowhere as a child, and therefore the meme culture was much slower here.
Selfie, I would like to be educated if you want to like post it in Molly's servers.
Yeah.
I got it. I can grab it.
Drop it in the
Okay.
memes channel. It
Would
sounds
to
like
be
a hot...
educated on the end of the world.
Or Stealthy can get it. I can also find it. Let's get going.
I got nice pho.
Nice pho.
Nice pho.
Hey. Strongheart.
We've arrived at the truth of the matter of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For the crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
Chico-chan? Selfie. Selfie, please.
He killed a man. He killed our dad.
He killed all of our dads.
Our collective dad.
He killed our collective dad.
An exchange of assassins? What a foolhardy idea.
He killed the concept of dads!
By killing a dad, he is no longer daddy.
Damn.
That's not true.
Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange?
Anyway, time for your execution. Goodbye!
Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. It's not true.
Oh, that is fully not true. Who is he now? Is it
Levi?
Shasta or Miles? I mean, I was.
Levi.
I was earlier, but I've also been.
And then it was Miles,
Shasta,
and then it was
me
Shasta.
because Shasta has no one else in this scene because Alex is the judge. I gave Shasta Jigoku.
Okay. It's so.
Unless you don't want him, I can take him.
You can have him, I guess. You can have him for the end.
Okay, I guess if you want.
That I don't care. I don't
Take it.
Miles, just do it!
Enough.
Oh my goodness.
I've already told you that I cannot say.
Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again.
What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it.
Wolf.
I'm finished.
Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on, no, this wasn't his trial, though.
Yeah, Strongheart, this isn't his trial.
Wait, hold on, yeah.
Shoshiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you have been found guilty. And may I remind all of those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this court. Close court.
This isn't
his trial.
This isn't his...
Wait! you need to find
Wait.
Zeke's not guilty! Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, thank you.
Is something wrong?
I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and his extraordinary assassin exchange. Eggs. I'm hungry. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries, however. Insofar as the incident brought against the defendant in this trial. Indictment brought against this defendant in this trial. We have reached a conclusion.
I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor.
As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant Barak von Zeeks.
He's not done.
God.
He wants Barak to get fucked.
He thinks Barak is the leader of the Assassin Exchange.
Yeah. The prosecution calls for the adjudication to be deferred.
Counsel.
The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all.
God.
Why?
And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
I'm sorry, Kazuma, but we are trying him for murder, which was just proven to not be him.
Mm-hmm.
What?
You can try him for something else later.
What?
But Ichigoku has already confessed.
Nevertheless,
Ugh.
Barak van Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
What?
Well, if you find those crimes, you can bring them to court. It would appear that you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi.
Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku.
Great. Stop there. That's what this trial's about.
Is he gonna say it was planned by Von Zeeks?
But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot.
There it is.
To be
Yeah.
fair, yeah, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah, he thinks
Jigoku has referenced another power this whole time. Yeah.
Yeah, he thinks that power is in fact Zeke's. Joke's on you. It's the bitch in the judge stand.
Into this sick, merciless assassin exchange.
That may be true, but
So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings?
that I willingly participated in. Oopsies, anyways.
The victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. Listen, you were not here, Trithis. It was weird. It was weird.
People wanted you here. Try this.
Because yesterday you're like, is tomorrow Thursday already? And we were like, want to make sure. I've certainly forgotten what day it is more than once.
Aw.
I shall call you Trevor. Thank you for resubscribing with Prime. Try this. Dat Thursday.
Thursday.
What dat Thursday?
In other words,
What
the
that Thursday do?
The mastermind behind the Assassin Exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself.
Well, certainly that would appear to follow.
The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barak van Zeeks.
I'm half convinced that, like, at the end of this, he's gonna give a full monologue about, like, why he thinks Von Zeeks did it, and then he's gonna turn, and he's gonna say, male strong heart, like, and then he's
Of being the Reaper of the Bailey. And furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
What? What?
He's once also pulling a defense.
Yeah.
Move by like extending the trial with bullshit.
Yeah.
Order, order, order.
That's a good point.
Fucking.
Yeah, the way we all felt there was the way that prosecution
was the
feels
way
when-
the prosecution always feels when
Like,
we're
come on.
pulling some stupid bullshit out of our ass.
What the fuck? The judge
It's
is
like
about to say guilty. What the hell?
Yeah.
It's like, bitch, he was about to say not guilty.
The Edgeworth experience.
Come on.
The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard already investigated Lord Von Zieks very thoroughly in that regard. And they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps. But circumstances have now changed.
Okay. What do you mean?
It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I am surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Von Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes.
That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Von Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago.
Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular. I will, on this occasion, grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassination exchange.
I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely.
Gross.
I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing.
This is still the primary hearing, but it's fine. Yes!
Yeah.
Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify this vile and unremitting accusation. Hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice.
Lord Von Zieks!
I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of the implied guilt that's gone with it.
Yes.
So I welcome the chance to testify now, and crush those allegations once and for all.
Yes!
Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Von Zieks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey.
Oh my god, Miles, no!
Wolf. Oh no.
And what says the defense?
Shasta, goto sasato.
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically.
You're right that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer, and as his friend.
Then that's what we must do.
The defense has no objection, my lord.
Okay, I'm back.
Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange.
As you wish, my lord.
Miles, is your eye okay?
Burns a little.
Wow, no!
I was making dinner tonight, and, yeah, you know, I did think, I'm like, should I type all this out before I go to get a washcloth? It's funnier this way.
Miles!
I was cooking dinner earlier, and I don't think I washed my fingertips well enough, and I rubbed my eyes.
Oh, yeah, happens.
Well, not too bad, it's just a little bit stingy. I just needed some water to flush it out. I've got a wet washcloth, so it's better.
I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason I went to the Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson.
Well, that's just not true.
Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the Assassin Exchange.
So you deny all accusations by the prosecutor. Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the Assassin Exchange.
I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Yes?
Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom?
A desire to uncover the truth.
Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty.
From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out.
Truth come out.
I was just thinking that, Shasta.
Rumor come out. Does
Does
Ryunosuke
Barack
is
Van
gay?
Zeke is gay? Oh, okay.
Yes. That one's not very hard.
So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth.
I want you to remember what you just said.
Bitch, stop baiting me.
As if he's not the one who's gonna have to wrestle with that.
Right.
I think
can't
that's...
tell if he's like, I don't know. I can't figure out whether he's playing chess or 25D chess.
Right.
Like, I can't
Is
tell.
he on the step above, or are we on the step above? Like,
Yes.
or are we both on
are.
the same step and that's above?
We're on the same step on different staircases.
Maybe he's playing checkers.
Enough dilatory chatter. I don't know what that fucking word is.
Doesn't matter.
Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination of the witness. Do it.
Yeah, those were all of the words.
Close enough.
Those were all of them.
That is what he said. Whether or not it is the exact words is debatable.
That's not what he said.
Yeah, meaning,
um,
essentially.
Yes, my lord. We're playing chess and this guy's playing Mario Party too. Whew. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out.
I hope he's not playing Mario Party 2 because that means he's leaving a lot to luck.
I mean, I'm thinking.
Can he be playing Tekken instead or something, or Soul Calibur?
No.
Anyway.
The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere in this man's testimony.
He's playing Tetris.
Oh my goodness. The best I can do is Mario Party 7. He's gone up in the generations. Pokemon Puzzle Challenge? What's Pokemon Puzzle Challenge?
Ooh.
It's just a
I've never
Pokemon
known
version
them.
of Panel de Pon on the Game Boy Color. Huh.
Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball!
Well, this is a picture of Gregson with Clint and Barak, not with Dr. Wilson.
Unless...
Does it have to do with the...
Are you saying Clint is Dr. Wilson?
No, but like, cause we're like Clint is Iris's dad, and like Iris thinks that she's Dr. like so in a roundabout way.
Oh my god.
That's too much.
Fucking stop it.
Okay, but it works at least for the statement about like about Gregson at least. Like he's got a connection to Gregson.
We come out of this menu and it pans over to Kazuma and he's wearing a bikini.
I think it's the autopsy
wish.
report.
What's the autopsy report?
The autopsy
Oh, it's
report.
Wilson, yeah.
Yeah, Wilson was the coroner for Clint, and Gregson. Gregson did the petition for the autopsy.
Right.
I guess we just have to find who wants to kill John Wilson. We don't have any.
And Zeke's, we know, prosecuted that case.
Yeah. I don't think he actually prosecuted the professor case. He prosecuted the case that Jigoku.
No, he prosecuted both.
Okay.
He was the prosecutor for the professor case because the last victim was Clint. And so he got Strongheart, who was supposed to be the prosecutor for that case, to let him prosecute the case.
They were the same trial?
And then he said that he got to do the other
Yes.
one because they were a linked case.
Well, he did both because Jigoku's destroying the witness stand led to him having his own subsequent trial. Somebody got the hiccups.
Yeah, it's just a little burpy.
Oh. Well, that's not acceptable.
Okay.
Alex left the call.
The Sonic comedy that comes with you leaving the Discord call doesn't happen on stream.
No, it doesn't.
But there is a
People
visual
did it on
cosmetic because
stream,
you get to see Alex leave.
That's true. I'm the top person
There's
on
a
the
different
list
comedy.
on stream, and suddenly everyone shifts up.
I certainly didn't think of audio comedy when you said Sonic comedy.
Sonic comedy. I'm coming to make an announcement, which I still need to do. What is this? An autopsy report? Wait. This is 10 years old. The autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
What? My brother's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth.
We're gonna deny it pretty hard.
Just because he lied about this particular thing. Like, why would he want Dr. Wilson dead?
You also wouldn't necessarily know, right?
Know what?
Know that it was Wilson, or at the very least remember
it's signed. It's
Yeah,
signed by
he
Wilson.
would know that it's written on the autopsy report that the autopsy was performed by Dr. John H. Wilson and is signed by John H. Wilson.
Order in the court! What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel?
This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant.
Not that accursed name again, the Professor. I've personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that, at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victims' souls.
Oh, that's why you think Zeke's put a hit on Dr. Wilson? Because he violated Clint's soul?
That's kinky.
And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain a conclusive proof from the procedure.
And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence.
But we also know it is not true that Wilson did the autopsy. He didn't.
No, he did.
Makotoba did, and
He
I think
did.
Makotoba wrote the
Write it
notes.
down.
Makotoba just wrote the autopsy report, but
And Wilson signed off on
Wilson-
it because he was the autopsy person.
yeah, Wilson did the actual
Yeah.
autopsy. He just didn't write the report.
Okay.
Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind.
Of course he did. Sure. What did he leave? Tell me.
Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death, with a marvelous victory in court.
That vital clue, which was definitely not planted in any way, shape, or form.
A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and sent him to his death. Wow. That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
By someone in power in Japan and in Britain. using the 2 killers recruited for the assassin exchange.
You're so close, you just have the wrong person. So close.
Order! Order at once!
10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer.
Ooh, spicy.
Come
That's
on,
the
Kazuma.
inverse. It's the inverse of the only time a lawyer cries is when it's all over.
I mean, that's kind of what he's saying.
Or not the inverse, but it's just like
It's
like
a corollary.
the opposite
It's
side.
the mean version.
It's
Yeah,
the opposite
it's-
side of the same coin. Oh no! Move on. I misspoke.
I'm sorry, it has to be quoted.
No!
It's not, Levi, it is not because it is you. It is because it is truly an extremely funny phrase.
It's the opposite side of the same corn!
Gentlemen, behold, cold? You mean cold?
It's a phrase like
Behold, cold.
it's a phrase that could work too. Like corn, you can't turn corn over.
But it's a fucking cylinder! It's a cylinder!
With many different sides that you spin and eat.
Oh.
Sophie did a Yale Sale Yard Sard.
Yeah.
Behold, cold.
Sure, whatever it is, did it at the time.
Oh. Immortalized forever as quote
Don't you mean?
358.
Don't you mean the rumor corn out?
The river corn out. We always have so many laughs.
Does Levi
DGS
Satna-
Thursday. Is Levi Satna Judge's granddaughter?
Oh, because that's the girl. We theorize
Oh,
that she's his granddaughter, the other judge.
okay.
Oh yeah.
What?
The joke about him being about the
Santa
Oh,
Judge's
yeah.
granddaughter
Yeah.
is the corn girl. Like they because they don't have enough people in Britain, so they
Mm-hmm.
because the
Bring
professor killed
your
them all,
granddaughter to
apparently.
work day. Didn't have enough jurors.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Come on,
Sorry.
Kazuma. You know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago.
Get over it, man.
You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation.
as it happens, I have evidence.
Ew.
What?
Why didn't you lead with that?
The drama.
Because we never lead with evidence.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a defense.
Yeah, I can't believe we're like the most level-headed and reasonable person in the room right now, and the
That's
prosecutor's going
fucked
off on
up.
wild tangents.
That's wrong. This is fucked up. I can't believe they've done this. I can't believe they did this to me. This is my job. Damn it.
We're
And on
supposed to
Pride
be the
Month?
courtroom buffoons.
And it's Pride Month, and they're doing this to me. Here. Now.
In front of
No.
my salad.
Right in front of my salad.
For the whole court to see.
For the whole court to see.
That's horny.
As the court has heard,
Horny, horny.
I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st.
As the corn is heard.
I went with him in the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku.
They do have ears.
But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth.
I hate.
You could even say they're all ears.
What?
No.
The truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago.
Dr. Wilson doesn't know how to write.
I needed everybody to see the cat.
Oh, there's a cat.
Oh, look at him! He's upside down!
Oh, that's what... Oh, those are his paws.
What did you think they were? His ears?
I thought that the paws, like, those were his ears. Yeah. But, like, on the other side. Yeah. I thought his back paws were his ears.
I love the upside down.
Yeah, I just looked and he was sleeping all weird and I was like,
that is so classically cat.
When are we getting a Simon emote?
When I draw one, I guess.
Fair.
Anyway.
The last note I have in this notebook is when everybody failed their saves in the last Witchlight that I ran.
Oh, jeez.
And now everybody's got nightmares for 7 days.
Everyone except for Minna.
Yeah.
What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the
Kazuma!
inspector's eyes. I drew the Kazuma sword.
Kazuma, that's me!
That's me!
You're probably wondering how I got here.
He very quickly understood what my true motive was.
Hey.
Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick.
Gregson.
Oh no. So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country.
Gregson.
Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak!
This is like making me teary a little bit.
I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then.
Damn, Gregson.
And that's how the box got hit.
Yeah. So that's when the tip of the sword broke.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
If the results of Clin Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it.
Okay. To note, you are just repeating the words of a dead man who cannot testify. That means fucking nothing. That is not evidence.
And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man.
2.
Dude,
the
Strongheart
one
has
man.
done an incredible, like, misdirection on him.
Mhm.
He, like,
Kazuma, did you forget that he was a new prosecutor with, like, no sway at all?
the man leading the case for the prosecution, Barak Van Zieks.
You know who used to be leading the case for the prosecution? Not him.
Started out, yeah.
In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with the Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange.
Ah.
So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barak Van Zieks.
Yeah, does have Godot vibes.
Objection!
Kazuma Asogi. What? What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts?
He knows who did it now. Because he's like, not me, at least one person.
Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago?
Just gonna make Zeke's fucking pissed because then he's gonna be like, well then fuck! Genshin wasn't the murderer! Shit!
I hated Japanese people in general for 10 years for no reason. I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission.
The same thought, Levi. I was muted, that I was laughing.
A whole decade.
In that case, I know.
Oh, yes. Yes.
The name
Yes.
of the... I know the name of the Reaper.
Yes!
Yes!
God, look at this sprite!
Yes!
Look at this sprite!
So hot. This is
Ah!
unfair.
A contempt in
Yeah,
his
this
eyes
is-
right now. Oh
Yeah,
my
I want him to
god.
pounce on me. This is lewd.
This is lewd!
He's looking directly up.
Oh.
Finally, someone in this game is on the same page as us.
Yes.
Somebody gets it.
Yes. Yes.
He probably had like a hunch this whole time, right?
Yeah.
Or he knew if this, or even if he didn't, now everything makes sense in a way
Right.
it could not have before.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Kazuma was playing checkers. Barak is now playing chess. Barak has started playing chess with us, and Kazuma
Yes.
was playing checkers.
He just found the board.
He
He
had,
was like, I'll sit
a,
down here.
a synapse root moment.
He had given up, and now he's like, oh wait, I can play still.
What?
Lord Van Zieks.
I gave no such orders. I know that for certain.
Oh, man. I just want to keep looking at him.
Ah,
Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one.
Yes.
yes!
Yes.
Thank the Lord.
Yes.
Lord Van Zieks. Sorry.
If Lord Van Zieks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that.
Corn girl.
I believe I know who it is too.
You.
I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. the true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is.
Yes. Look at him.
Finally.
Look in shadow. The fucking
Sherlock
sinister.
Holmes.
The
Fucking
most
finally.
sinister
Guy, not in
fucking.
this game, Joss.
Justin, who the fuck is Sherlock?
Who the fuck is that?
That would be funny.
Intentional.
Has just been shot.
That's what I wanted. Someone not here.
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mail Strongheart.
Oh, his eyes. It's fucking
What?
twitch.
Lord Strongheart!
My new dad?
Yes. It's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zieks, had been killed.
I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history.
Well, Lord Van Zieks?
10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. But I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now.
Oh.
I was very much mistaken.
Oh. God. Ah. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you, or the Reaper of the Bailey,
The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke.
How does one prosecute the judge?
I
who
know,
is
right?
currently Judging the trial.
Do we have to, like, take a recess and bring, like...
bring the other. We have to bring Santa Judge back.
Yeah, you need to recuse yourself now.
Why? It's both judges! You can't...
It's 3 judges.
Yeah. No, I'm just like, yeah. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense.
It doesn't warrant a response.
Bitch!
A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best.
You're not going to defend yourself.
You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. That is utterly untrue.
Objection! I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it.
And where's your evidence?
What?
Yep.
Shit brains. Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand.
Crazy, that'd be
Fuck
crazy.
you.
That
Fuck
would be-
you,
that
Shu.
would be- Wow, why would that ever happen? Man, anyway.
Hmm.
You mean to say
I don't think we've actually ever cross-examined a summoned ghost.
Yeah. While Maya was channeling Dahlia stuff.
Oh right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We thought it was Iris.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
God, I fucking love those two.
Forget how the system works in a backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case.
Quick, Susato, you know how to spirit channel, right?
I can try.
No intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything.
Guess what? Mikotapa probably can. He was there at the autopsy.
Oh shit! Ah!
Order! Order in the court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago. Is there?
Mikotapa! Shrooms!
So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange.
This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago.
Fuck off.
The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied.
Oh, you like that. You like being able to do that. That's why you're here, asshole.
I take it there were no objections.
Objection? We can object. Come on, Rinosuke. Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zieks' autopsy.
Yeah, let's fucking go!
Hell yeah!
It wasn't on any other notes. He wasn't anywhere written down that he was involved.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they had no idea. That's why he was
past
saved.
Strongheart's
We only
radar.
learned about that by chance.
Yeah.
Right. We only learned about that because of Iris.
Oh.
Because she kept the notes. She kept the autopsy
Wow.
report. That's... Oh. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. Even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy.
Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left.
Rinosuke, who? Tell me.
Kazuma,
Please. This trial can't end. Not yet.
I'm not doing this for you.
Oh.
I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks is...
Shasta's gonna finally have one of his characters here.
Yay!
Heaven help us, another Japanese.
Jesus Christ, Strongheart! Good God! An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Eugene Mikotaba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Osogi as a visiting student.
And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Strongheart saying the quiet part out loud. Showing his full ass.
Incorrect. The autopsy.
I don't want to see it.
Correct. That is not my ass. It's someone else's ass. I cut it off and brought it here. The autopsy.
Alex!
Alex moment.
He doesn't do anything himself. Especially not moon people himself.
You know what? Sure.
The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
Reasonable response.
Strongheart just like waves off in the distance and is like, bailiff! Pants!
Beat up my ass.
Bailiff, take away this ass!
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure.
I brainwashed this ass into showing itself with the power of anime!
all this just because I loved anime.
Oh, sorry, we're doing let's do another reference.
Italian scepter.
What?
Nah. Borderlands.
Oh.
There's a unicorn named Butt Stallion in Borderlands.
Wow.
Fantastic.
Sorry. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it.
In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy, from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us.
The defense's demand is denied.
Excuse me?
No, we're gonna get around this.
What?
We gotta.
But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. He's also my dad.
No. Of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself.
Prosecutor Sogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stats. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange.
I did, yes.
So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete!
I
Don't have any.
At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. But that's exactly why we need this witness testimony.
The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, the prosecutor, Sergei, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father.
Oh,
What the fuck, dude?
Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand.
We need to pull on the bunny.
Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Sessuru Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection.
But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again.
By which you mean me?
Yes!
Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Sogi, You will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word.
What does remanded mean?
Means you can't go outside.
I figured it was similar to reprimanded, but
No, I mean, remanded is typically what is used when you are not being given bail. Like, remanded to jail. Like, I highly doubt he's being arrested, but he's most
It means
likely
to
being
send
told.
back.
you will be detained.
So I'm assuming it means sent back to Japan.
Yeah. Probably.
This futile game of revenge is over, young master Sori.
No. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You break the bench.
Ah! I'm not gonna do that.
No,
but-
yeah, you got it. You got
That
it.
sounded good as is.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was it.
That will be all. I hereby declare. Who's holding it?
I don't
Someone with a
know.
voice.
Somebody. Yes!
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 Let's
fucking go!
M-
Yeah, we had to permit the LMAO bitch baby. I just want to just
He doesn't.
confirm that.
He doesn't have to hold it, but he does have an objection, which they really should have let him do his objection. Oh, this fucking music!
Oh my gosh.
Partners.
Mr. Jones!
This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Mr. Jones was instrumental in the apprehension of Seshiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say.
Lord Male Strongheart,
You're doing a creepy pose.
it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage.
Well, normally he would be standing behind the defense bench.
Yeah,
Or the witness stand, but it's currently
still a low
gone.
angle.
It's currently
still a
gone, but
low
also
angle,
they're
I mean.
yeah. They're doing low angle shots. Is it really? And why would that be? I assume to make him seem equal to
Yeah.
Strongheart right now, which is
There's
very
definitely
cool.
Framing stuff happening, yeah.
You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may.
Oh, they did bring it back for Barak's lickjection. There is a witness stand. They brought in a new one. They have
yeah.
extras in
I
the
was
back.
thinking,
We have
he
no
also seems
extras
further
now
back in the room.
because
I
of
wonder
the-
if they're attempting to like indicate that he just burst in the doors.
Yeah,
yeah.
probably.
Yeah,
Right, so
yeah.
I think he's further back in the like. I think it seems like the background is zoomed in more than it normally is.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
assumed that, like, the only, like, stands were up in the gallery. You know? That's just the way that the courtroom layout looked, at least from what we were seeing before. But he came through the cat door. It's so small.
He would.
It's very interesting that he's bringing up something that he said in the beginning, since he shouldn't have been able to hear that if this was a closed court.
He's got his ways.
We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
He can hear everything through the rabbit.
Yeah, he also wouldn't have been here to hear that part because that was yesterday, right?
Yeah?
I don't
It
know.
would have been here.
He's
He had
been
to have
here.
heard that through.
He's
Yeah.
been here. We all been new.
He sent his clone.
He sent his clone!
Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory. Can it?
Ooh!
The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered.
Wrong.
It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows. Should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the Prevarications?
Yeah.
Prevarications of your superiors?
Order! Order in the court!
It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar.
A door that's ajar? That sounds very impractical.
Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy.
Who made the door happen?
For you, and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now.
The door that's ajar.
The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
The auditors in the gallery have no rights.
No right!
No right!
Turn.
Bye, Trithus. He's right. The judge has absolutely no authority here.
Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end!
But will that really do? Since dark things occurring behind the scenes.
Dark things indeed.
Is there a single person here present that...
I can honestly say the same.
What? The trial should go on! Summon the witness!
Yeah!
That's right,
That's right. We need to clear this up before the judge in custody.
Oh!
Just going around.
Baby!
Yeah, we really should.
Oh! Look at the sprite.
This is a great face.
Yeah.
Oh!
He's very pretty.
Oh.
He looks so pretty.
So vulnerable.
Oh!
No, we just can't stop looking at this.
My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here.
Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation.
The whole truth, nothing but the truth. The very foundation of British law.
A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery.
Fuck.
Oh, on with the trial.
Testify! Testify! Testify!
Well, my lord?
Oh, you can hear it.
Testify. Yeah.
This is so cool!
It's rules.
God, this
You're
fucks.
awesome. You hear the voice of British justice, I take it.
This is so rad.
I think you'll find it to be rather awkward to silence.
Bitch.
The court will recess briefly.
While I make my run for it.
I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations.
Oh, Kazuma.
Cliff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once! As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene.
UD's already here. Sholmes brought him with.
A recess would be necessary, my lord.
Yeah!
You get no time to prepare, Strongheart. Take it
Bitch!
right now.
Pardon?
Bend over.
That was a close friend of mine.
No time to
He
kill.
is making a manuscript as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact.
What? Professor Mikotaba is here in the courthouse.
Look at his eyes.
He's just so hopeful.
I don't know what they did differently, but he looks so much better.
Yeah.
He looks younger.
He looks younger. He looks like
his age.
He's a man,
yeah, he's
a man filled with hope.
yeah.
This is the power of hope. This is what
Is
Nagi
this
has
what
been
they keep talking
preaching.
about at Danganronpa?
This is what they keep talking about in Danganronpa. This is what they mean when they say hope.
Finally
Maybe.
found it.
We found it before. We can make a clear distinction. Kazuma before despair. Kazuma now hope.
Hope.
You hear that,
We've
kids?
done it.
Hope make you hot.
Hope makes you hot. That's the truth.
That should be the new brainwashing strategy.
That is demonstrably untrue for some of the characters in Danganronpa. But they got hotter when they gave in to despair.
Yeah.
He's not scowling, is what Trithus says, and
Yeah.
Yeah, fair. Absolutely fair.
I do think hope makes you hot. If these had episode names, that would be this episode name.
True. True.
Objection, Junko hot.
Eh.
No, I'm
Mr.
with
Sholmes,
I agree with Tom.
you didn't know this would happen, did you?
My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely.
I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know.
Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes.
I am legally required to thank you for your assistance in this matter.
However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments.
Selena doesn't want Herlock to leave the courtroom.
Mr. Naruto,
It's okay.
That was
Shasta's
Waga
in
High.
He's still here in the courtroom.
that's why he's busy. He has to go chase the cat.
Oh, yes.
I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you.
Yeah. Sure do. Absolutely. It's still in my pocket.
She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please.
Please don't yank on my ear
Please
so
stop
hard.
hurting me.
Please stop ripping my ear off my head. Oh, of course. Please leave before I commit a crime!
In that case, the trial will
Another
continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand.
Yes!
I have to tone down my mien because Selena came over and sat in my lap. And she
Oh!
doesn't like when I talk when I'm holding her.
Ah. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey.
Welcome to Mario Party, Ryunosuke.
Right? Now we're in Mario Party. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Okay, before we continue, what character does everybody in this courtroom play in Mario Party?
Oh shit.
Oh.
Strongheart's Bowser.
Yeah,
Strongheart's Bowser.
Strongheart's Bowser. 100%.
the ones where you
Ryunosuke
can't play
plays
as Bowser.
Mario. He's the main character.
I was thinking Sato is Daisy.
Oh, Susato is Daisy? Yeah.
Yeah.
Ryunosuke Toad!
Sholmes is Toad.
Sholmes is Toad. Sholmes is absolutely Toad. And Iris is Toadette. Has to
Yes. Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
be. Has to be.
I gotta look at the fucking Mario Party roster
Yeah,
again.
who the fuck does Cosmo?
Kazuma's Bowser Jr.?
I was gonna say Kazuma's Diddy Kong.
I feel like Zeke's would be Bowser Jr.
Yeah.
Or
Not
this could be
willingly.
Donkey Kong.
I don't want to let any of them be Wario or Waluigi is the problem, you know what I mean?
Hmm. I don't think any of them would, like,
I
willingly
think
pick.
Sholmes would find being Waluigi funny. I think someone would make a comment of him not being Waluigi and then he'd beat Waluigi on purpose.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd see that. I see that.
Yes.
Can Cosmo be Dry Bones? Because he
Yes!
he died and then he came back.
Yes!
Yeah.
Dry bones! Yeah, Iris absolutely Toadette. Okay, I just needed that a little aside. I just needed that
Fry
from
Bones!
for
Fry
myself.
Bones! Fry Bones!
Fry bones!
My bones!
Ryunosuke is Shy Guy, actually.
That's actually a good one.
Birdo.
Birdo.
Here.
He's not here! He's not invited!
Iris isn't here either!
Iris is invited!
Iris is invited.
Invited to Mario Party night.
Yeah.
Gina plays Yoshi.
Gina plays Yoshi. Shikoku isn't here, but he's Mario. Oh yeah, Mikotaba. Eugene.
Luigi.
I think Mikotoba's Luigi.
Yeah, Eugene's Luigi.
That's really good, actually.
Anyway, okay, sorry.
Fun little aside.
Fun little aside.
Maria's invited, and I don't know if there's any.
She doesn't show up.
She doesn't show up, but she would play, and I Boo or the comic. I don't know if there's a game where you can play as.
Oh, the wizard, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see that.
Gregson is Mario. Yeah, that's true. Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under.
Oh shit, that's his name! After the fact.
There's our to be continued.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
God, if we
Oh,
would have
man.
waited for this, that would have been fucking nightmare.
Another half.
An hour and a half, in fact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So good that we stopped when we did.
I'm gonna go grab something to drink.
Okay.
if that's
We can
okay.
take 5. This is a good 5. Oh, hey, Maria!
Oh fuck yeah! Yay!
So many people on the stand!
Why is there such
What
a huge gap?
what a group.
Yep.
Okay, we'll wait.
Hey, there's two of me.
There's
It's
2 you!
Deserved.
There you go, after years of no Shasta. Shasta. A whole bunch, all at once.
Justin did have like a good chunk of the first half of the
Oh,
session
yeah.
as
Oh yeah, as
Sholmes.
Sholmes.
Yeah,
As
yeah.
Sholmes with Mikotaba, yes. Yes. Okay, take 5. We'll be back.
That sounds really good, Dreyfus. I got some orange cinnamon tea recently, and I'm not usually a tea person, but I had a sample of it and it was fucking delicious. So, I'm gonna have that eventually. I got a whole shit ton of strawberries though that I need to get through. That's apropos of nothing, but that's what I have right in front of me.
Simon, you gonna come say hi to the people, Simon? Come say hi to the people.
He said, ah!
Say hi to the people, Simon.
Oh, he's so precious.
Oh, I know. Oh, you're such a wiggle worm. No, stop. Say hi. Say hi. No, say hi. Don't go away yet. Okay. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. You gotta say hi to the people. You must say hi. Say hi. Say hi. Okay.
Sir?
What are you doing?
The boy.
The boy.
The
Okay.
boy.
Thursday. Simon, you want to be a bigger star than Clavier. Oh,
The fuck, Clavier.
Clavier also would have been a good name for him.
Mm-hmm.
Missed opportunities.
Yep. You can't have any strawberries, Selena. Oh, there he is.
Can you hear him?
He yells. Yeah.
He's scrim. He's gotten a lot louder.
Yeah. He gotten more comfy
Yeah.
with his big old voice. Selena, you cannot have any strawberries. Strawberries are, and then you can't have any milk either.
He was trying to eat my applesauce earlier today. I'm like, boy, what are you gonna do with applesauce?
Selena desperately wants to eat all of the wrappers. Fuck, stop! Stop it. You are gonna drive me fucking nuts, cat. Why'd you have to wake up now?
Mood.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the spray anyway, just in case you climb back up there.
Returned.
No. You can't have.
Okay, I'll leave.
Bitch.
Oh. Look forward to the day you both go AFK and come back to your cats yelling at each other through the mics.
Incredible.
If there was any possibility, it would be very cool for Selena and Simon to meet. Don't be a little shit goblin.
She'd teach him bad habits.
She would. She's a bad influence. I've already learned this. She taught another cat how to hiss.
Hi, I'm back.
I don't think I don't know if some people in chat don't know this story, but I left Selena for Thanksgiving last year. She stayed with my cousin, and my cousin has 2 kittens. They're not kittens anymore, but like they were. And one of them wasn't really vocal at all and had never hissed before. And she met them, and she's a very anxious girl, and hissed at them, and the other one hissed back, and now apparently she just hisses randomly. She doesn't know what hissing is supposed to do or mean.
Oh my god.
So she just hisses
For
to,
funsies.
for funsies because Selena taught her.
Well, that's kind of cute and weird.
Yep. But Selena's a bad influence.
Is Labai back? No.
He died.
Wow. God damn it.
I thought I'd be the last one back. I decided I wanted ice cream,
Hi.
and then I realized it was taking forever to scoop.
Oh no. So you didn't get
Hello.
ice cream?
No, I did.
Oh,
but it
okay.
took forever.
Ah, I see.
I very softly heard one of you say Levi as I approached my desk.
Alright.
Okay, we ready?
Yes, we're here.
Alright. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yumei University in Tokyo, Japan.
Maria, why are you here?
And why is she standing like that? And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you, is...
Oh, this is Dr. Maria Gori.
She's so quirky.
Scrunkly.
Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Saith, I understand.
Yes, Dr. Scythe.
I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
That's hilarious.
Hmm.
You summoned the strange Japanese man as a witness to the autopsy. But you don't summon Mama? That makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it.
Simon, why did you walk away and start yelling?
He got lost. I've had her eyes bored into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too.
Simon has food. His food bowl is full. He's fine. He's just being weird. Oh, poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder.
The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice decision... Jesus Christ. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final.
Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
Yeah. No more perjure. The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think.
I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances.
Are you good,
Yeah,
sir?
I did hear Ministry of Shasta's very vaguely, but
What?
Ministry of Shasta.
when Molly said or Alex, one of you said Ministry of Justice, and it sounded just a little bit like Ministry of Shasta's. 'Cause that, like, I did hear it.
It's the whole ministry of me.
Yeah.
You good, boy?
Oh, that's why Molly was pausing.
What's going on? He just, like, came tearing through the room.
Oh boy, tears.
He's gonna start doing crime.
He's gonna start.
As if he hadn't started already.
Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart.
The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago.
That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners.
So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Oh.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion.
And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe.
Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Okay, Tony, we can fix her.
Oh, Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeeks' autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see.
Oh, I wish we could do that.
So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord.
It was as a result of that autopsy, that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. Oh.
Knock things over, you monster. Selena, Selena knocked over some boxes.
Ah.
Oh, Mikota didn't say anything.
You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on.
Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too.
Okay.
Very well then, we will give you a formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning.
Oh?
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord.
The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom.
I need to know where the soup is.
I need to know where soup is.
God damn it, Simon.
It's the cat streamed down.
Nope. Remember that.
He jumped off of my lap and pulled my headphone cord with him.
Selena,
Well,
I
that's
was
not
making a
very
joke
nice.
about stupid
Selena
precision.
begged me to
I
turn on her
know.
toy.
It was good.
then
It was a good
came
joke about
over-
soup.
and climbed into my lap again. So
Get some Exo Vivi soups in chat. We have an emote for these
You know where the soup
situations.
is.
Yeah, I was thinking
Why
about
are you
it.
buying clothes at the soup store?
Where are you? I'm at the soup store. I'm at soup.
What?
Why are you buying
my
clothes at the
butt-
soup store?
Fuck you!
Fuck you.
Yeah,
Selena
just
agrees.
like that. Yeah.
Selena thinks you should not get clothes at the soup store.
you're such a wiggly little bitch.
God, she's the loudest cat, isn't she?
She's so loud.
She is excessive. She just likes the sound of her own voice. Now she's back to playing with her toy.
From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy's results being fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword, transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
Western style sword.
Hmm.
Wait, is that
Not
what the
even.
autopsy report says?
Is
There
it?
are no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all.
Because isn't the really weird part that's not how the professor's victims were killed?
Right. Single
Yes.
stab wound to the heart.
Other
Okay.
superficial external wounds indicative of a duel.
Oh, and they just said that there was no other sign. Or no, she said other internal.
Internal. No other internal sides. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document and corresponding ink was found. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body.
It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Welcome to lurking, Izzy.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
Posthumously.
Sorry, thank you.
Posthumously.
He's not funny anymore.
No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication.
Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that?
Gotta cross-examine him. Hell yeah.
Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such. Much less swear to in a testimony.
Ah!
Oh, fuck off. Your beard's clipping into your shirt.
Well, that clears things up nicely.
Well, that's definitely not evil laughter.
Holy shit, dude, yeah.
So unhinged.
I like watching his hand like wiggle around though.
The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you.
What?
God, he's so cute.
You claim the inspector confessed just before his death. That is the fabrication!
No! He freely acknowledged it, I swear he did!
Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat, that man was clearly at his wit's end! The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation.
No, Simon.
No, Strongheart, you knocked that off.
You stop it!
Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
No.
Hey Maria, why are you allowed to bring knives into the courtroom?
If I may, my lord.
She just appeared.
I mean, a juror was allowed to have a knife that he licked multiple times.
And stabbed into the jury's desk.
Mm-hmm.
There was most certainly something questionable about it. And the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel.
I beg your pardon.
Simon, don't jump into the trash can. Please.
So true, Bessie.
Selena has gotten her face.
Bye-bye,
Right in front.
tears.
I see it's
Welcome.
collective Kazumi time.
Yeah, Selena's face is right in front of one of the holes of her toy, and she just opens her mouth whenever it comes out of that hole. The little feather comes out of that hole.
Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. And all four of the professor's victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them and ripped out their throats.
That is strange.
Finally.
Finally somebody brought it up again.
Yeah, God. Oh, such horrifying crimes. She does that a lot, where she says, "Oh, something," and then it cuts away from her for like 10 more minutes.
Mm-hmm. It just has to be
It's
included.
fun.
Curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate.
Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed in the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness.
I mean, it wasn't supposition. He just said, it's weird. This is how the other victims went.
No, that's not weird at all. Fuck off! Dogs can have swords. I promise to curtail your
I played
testimony.
Dark Souls.
I played Dark Souls. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. You just said the first one.
You did just say the first one. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination.
What?
I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right.
Inosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law.
Simon? I need you to not be there. Hey, please, God, don't.
He had to wake up
Oh my God!
in the middle of the stream.
Fucking laid on top of my surge protector.
Oh no!
Oh god.
He was so close to hitting the switch.
It's nice
Oh,
and
God.
warm.
He was so close to hitting the switch.
Presumably the one your computer's plugged into.
Yes.
Right? Is that the?
Yes,
Oh
that's
my
the
God.
that
would
was
be hilarious.
that was the panic.
Fucking German
Simon, you guys
moment.
sit there, clunk. It's gone.
German moment, yeah.
Hey, come on, dude, get out of here. Get out of here. I'm putting
He's
a
about
box
to go
over
to
it.
gay baby jail.
You are. I am gonna put you in baby jail. I had to do it again this morning. He fucking woke me up at 5 this morning. Started knocking shit off my dresser.
He is getting real spicy.
He's fucking sassy.
Get real bold.
I'm gonna have to put you in jail. Did you say this, Susato?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
Okay.
Contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Huh.
How dare you make me follow the law?
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end.
Oh,
Proceed with caution.
Yes, my lord. Simon doesn't want food when he wakes me up. He wants me to play with him. He
That's
can't.
Selena too.
He can't play with his toys by himself. He needs me to be there.
Yep. That's the exact same thing and the exact same time Selena does it.
For me, it's anywhere between like 5 and 7 is usually when he actually wakes me up. Though I have seen evidence of him attempting to wake me up prior to that. Okay. There was... I couldn't say there was any indication of results being fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. No other signs of internal injury. Okay. Can you tell us what you found? What did they find in his stomach? What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
Oh, the
ring?
ring.
Genshin's ring.
That Daily had?
That Daily had? Potentially?
Wait, what?
Daily had a ring on that looked just like the ring in
Yeah.
the picture.
Yeah.
Oh, that was... Okay, yeah.
Simon. I'm gonna put you in jail. Get out of there.
Wait, do we have that picture from... Oh no, that was a flashback image of the time that Van Zieks and Genshin got attacked in the alley, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi.
My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach!
At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus cortex of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake.
When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring.
You do?
My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them.
Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. No, it doesn't!
I mean, it could, I guess. Could just be a weird coincidence that they had the same looking ring.
Or he just took it.
Or he took
He's like,
it.
ooh, pretty ring, mine.
Oh,
Not for the
wait.
old love.
Did maybe Gregson
Gregson
gave it to him?
For safekeeping?
Maybe.
Or maybe...
Or was it given to him in the prison by Genshin?
Genshin
He wouldn't
just
have had it.
at that point.
He wouldn't have had it.
Hey, Nat.
Hello, Nat.
Hello, Nat.
This is very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm intrigued. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off.
Oh.
They arrested the man then and there, right before my eyes.
How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
Oh. Okay. What?
Are there two rings?
Oh, that's different. Okay.
Okay.
That is a
It
very
must
sinister
be For
ring.
me as in the stores.
It looks like
Is this not the real ring?
Oh, maybe.
Just a different ring with a red gem?
Could be.
I can also tell why she called it beautiful and dangerous, because holy shit.
Right? It
Probably
reminds
had
me
a
of
very
like
simple description in like the storeroom, like silver ring, red gem. So somebody took it and replaced it with something different.
maybe.
Because
Well, I guess
this would fit the
we'll
description better.
Cosmo will tell us if this is correct or not.
Mhm.
Oh,
Gracious. Yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years.
okay. Well, Mikotopa says this is the right ring.
I mean, this
He also
is
says
the
for
right.
10 years.
Yeah.
And that was found inside the victim's stomach?
He did say it's the ring that was found in the autopsy. Whether or not that's the ring that is Genshin Asogi's, Cosmo has not given confirmation of.
Simon,
Yes, I'm afraid
get
so.
out of there. He is testing my patience. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotopa. Should we read something into that? Simon, stop chewing on the cords. Stop it. Stop it.
I love that it's just alternating between Selena,
Stop.
Simon,
Okay.
Selena.
Right.
Putting him in
Simon.
jail. I'll be right back.
No, she is calmed down.
Let's go.
She's now loafing on the bed again.
I know. You know that you're doing naughty things.
How you doing, monster?
We get to sit in the suspense for longer.
Should you read something into that? Should we? Should we? Ah!
Now I'm reading into you not telling me! Oh god, I'm reading!
He's getting one more chance because the absolute look of horror in his eyes when we got close to the carrier was so sad.
Oh
It was so sad.
I heard him yell there.
Well, it's just that thinking back now.
Ow! Hey!
Oh my god.
Sir?
What did he do?
Bit Molly! He's biting now!
Oh my god, Simon!
He needs to go to gay baby jail.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. He's going to jail.
Oh, I just watched him do it on stream.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Simon!
Simon! Went straight for the jugular!
Literally.
Oh my
Why did
god!
not go to jail immediately so he could fight his oppressor?
How
Tried
dare
to bite my face.
How dare you even threaten him with jail? Now he's guaranteeing that he goes to jail.
Right?
But he'll take you down with
Yeah,
him.
it's like if I'm gonna go there anyway.
A
I didn't
criminal?
actually witness the moment it was extracted from the witness's body.
I've got a Febreze air freshener. Selena fucking hates air freshener. And I just fucking spray around her.
Oh no! Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see.
A scalpel, you say?
The ultimate sign of corruption.
He howls in prison.
Oh, you can hear him? Yes.
Dr. Glory. The removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Very well, you may submit it.
Mr. Asogi's ring has been entered into the court record.
Time to steam!
A ring belonging to Genshin Asogi found in Lord Clint Von Zeke's stomach during the autopsy. The claws clasping the gem look sharp enough to cause a very
No
nasty
internal damage.
scratch. If he actually swallowed that ring,
Yeah.
it would have scratched his entire esophagus and his stomach lining. And his mouth, probably.
Simon, you're out here sounding like a French police siren.
I can't hear it.
Yeah, I can't hear it either.
I think Stream can hear it, but like for some reason there's always like little things that I can hear in Discord that barely anyone else can hear.
It's
so.
true. It's true.
It's true.
That has happened. Yes. Dum 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 dum.
Molly Peta's gonna come knocking.
I know. I feel bad. I feel bad when I've had to do it the last couple of nights too. But he woke me up at like 5 and 6 in the morning. I'm like, sir, I need to sleep for at least 2 more hours.
I mean, yeah, that's
I have rights too.
that is legitimately the only way you can really punish cats, because they see any attention as good attention.
Right.
So they don't care if you are don't do that or cut it out. They you have to just put them in a place where they are not going to get attention.
Mm-hmm.
And then they lose their fucking minds.
Yeah.
I put Selena in the bathroom and she starts scratching at the door.
I thought about putting him in the bathroom, but I don't want him getting into anything that's in the bathroom.
Yeah, she will scratch at the door a little bit and then go and fall asleep on the bath mat.
It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel.
You must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. And there's probably no blood on it either, which there would be if it had been swallowed.
It's such
Jim,
a
come out.
weird ring. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring.
Yes, if you were clumsy, you can give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think.
Ow! And my finger's bleeding! The claws really are sharp.
Susato!
Oh
my finger's
very-
bleeding!
Susato!
Clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you.
Susato, you have a band-aid.
Susato! I need a
Fine.
bandage!
Look a bit out of the book.
Do you have the SpongeBob band-aid? I like the SpongeBob band-aid.
You have
Susato!
SpongeBob band-aids when we get home.
SpongeBob Bandit at home.
Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely.
A sticky mochi bun of about the same that size would go down much better with some red bean paste in the middle.
I want a red bean bun. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow.
Honestly, this is kind of a sick ring. I'd wear it.
It's cool looking. It reminds me of the claws in Skyrim that you use to like unlock the dungeon doors. Anybody? No, it's just me. Okay.
No,
I don't know what you're talking about.
I haven't played Siren.
No, just nobody backed me up.
Fuck you.
I don't know enough about Skyrim to tell.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's kind
Yes,
of
I absolutely agree. I fully agree and understand the reference.
Try this. Understand. Try this. Played way too
What
much
reference?
Never
Siren.
mind.
Try. No, don't worry about it.
I had the step away, get a pillow for my bag. Yeah, Ryu can swallow this, but no one else could. Tony?
No, there wasn't anything else about the ring. I think the important part is just that it's super fucking sharp.
Yeah. Didn't someone say it was a key for something, right?
What?
maybe the key to the case.
That was Molly
Yes,
saying it
it
looked
is.
like a key from Skyrim.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
I mean, it could, like, I don't know, I think, whatever, we still have the mystery of Genshin Asogi's note. I'm trying to figure out how this all comes together. I think we need to present there's no other internal room. We need to present the ring on there's no other internal room.
Yeah. It's either the ring on the internal injury or the ring on the last statement, presumed to have been swallowed by the victim. But
That's
But
fair.
that nothing
Doesn't
about the
stu-
ring
yeah.
precedes it being swallowed
yeah,
if it did damage, right?
yeah.
Objection. Objection.
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba?
That's right, as I said in my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested.
In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, Counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy.
What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson...
That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Sogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
This evidence, right here.
That's the autopsy report!
It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intended to prove your point.
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all.
What?
To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And, in addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with.
My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice.
But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma.
No.
And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago.
Then why didn't you say something at the time?
I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day.
Who's Wilson?
I don't think we've had a
Never had a
Wilson.
Wilson. I'll take him.
Yeah.
Sure?
Look at this. Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say?
But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? He should be less scratchy. He's
Younger.
Yeah.
About a decade.
What's that now, Makoto? What's that now, Makotoba?
Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus. Torn mucous membranes to the very least.
Dr. Makotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you.
Ah.
On rank.
I'm terribly sorry.
I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write that down.
Ah.
Oh, I was right! Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father.
I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion.
Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. Government can pay.
Oh, the stream froze.
Oh, there we go.
Right when his fucking fist went up. I don't think so, and Dr. Gory. Rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
But Ma, she chose to stitch your corpses up, with all her secrets inside.
What?
That's wrong.
Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama.
She just told him, I'm not fucking around with you anymore.
Crush.
Yes. The ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident?
The one I recounted to you before. About a memory I have.
Standing back to back?
Of Genshin Asogi saving my life.
Yeah.
What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep! You're coming with us! Ah, look at 'em.
all of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Are you saying...
I've always believed those thugs were after me.
But they took the ring. It was part of the setup.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
Bruh.
I just
But
probably
now-
got kicked in the gut.
Yeah, what the shit? I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all.
Oh my god.
Wait! But... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. In that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
You mean... the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
Baby boy.
You pathetic coward.
Damn.
You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring.
Kazuma, please.
Please use just one brain cell.
You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested.
Kazuma. Open your eyes.
Fuck yes. Fuck yes.
Ryunosuke.
You must know, deep down. The truth can be completely obscured, even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Oh. Oh.
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. As if you're Lady Justice herself.
You skip.
Oh.
You skipped
Look,
the first
right.
sentence.
What a grandiose expression on your face. As if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born of it.
What?
Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? God, that fucking evil grin.
Was that the note? There in the autopsy report there was red ink on Clint's fingers. Is the note that Genshin had the note that Clint wrote?
I leave all my belongings to my child?
Oh! Oh my god! It wasn't Sogi's!
It was the Iris!
Oh shit!
Fucking Christ! Oh my god! Oh.
Oh, it was Clint's last will and testament. Miles walks away screaming.
Yeah, we could just hear Miles away from his desk.
Oh.
I wanted to make you guys could hear me go, like, walk out there and go,
absolute mood, Miles.
fucking god.
I don't think we have the
I don't think
Asogi
we ever had the
papers.
Asogi papers.
Do we have the Asogi papers?
They're missing.
I think the only one person that
Oh.
Oh, we do have
got
them.
it.
Yeah.
Genshin Asogi. Okay, alright. Well.
Well.
Thanks,
Damn.
Thanks, Bryce.
No, well, okay. Well, so it doesn't mean that we still know that Clint wrote something, and the question
Yeah.
is what, where, and why. And
Yeah.
the fact Genshin may have had it, I'm still thinking that Genshin did actually kill.
Clint?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think that's
Yeah.
possible.
No, I
think-
felt that, yeah.
In self-defense, potentially.
They were having a
It was
duel.
Western style sword.
Yeah.
Does Clint have a cane?
I don't know.
Why would
The
she
cane
bring that?
sword?
Cane sword.
Oh. That
No,
is-
it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, no.
Doesn't look like it.
I mean, if they did, it would be there. Like, that's
Yeah.
why. Like,
Yeah.
I think the important thing in this photo is one, that all three of them are together, but two, like, the badge that Clint is wearing, Zeke's is wearing now.
mm-hmm.
Oh well.
Well,
You know, sometimes you get excited. That's what this is for. Is us,
Yeah.
us wild speculating and having a good time with it. I'm loving
sometimes
this.
we forget
We're in
that
the
we know
mood, you know?
things. and we try to put pieces together with strings that don't exist.
We connected
Just
them.
to re-listen.
I've connected them. You didn't connect. I've connected them.
Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks?
Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment.
I feel like he had to have been threatened. Like, they threatened, like, probably Mikotaba and Jigoku. Quite possibly threatened his family.
I mean, I didn't Asogi confess? And do we have that confession?
I don't think so. We have just his papers, the papers that he had.
Okay. I remember someone saying that he when he confessed, he said something about confessing to killing Clint Von Zeeks, but not confessing.
I don't remember that. Just his.
I remember having that thought.
Just his last will and testament says, "I regret nothing about my chosen path."
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we don't have anything about a confession.
The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds is resigned to his fate.
But then...
Oh my! That is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
Ugh! Ears. Ears. But if that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Zeeks?
No, that was
No, that was Asogi.
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Or prematurely, maybe.
Kazuma.
What's this latest absurdity, Council?
My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole...
Yes!
Boys back.
I beg your pardon?
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death.
I think Clint was the professor. And Genshin was figured it out. They fought it out. And then was willing to take that secret to his grave for the sake of Iris.
Oh.
Oh, man.
That's my current theory.
And knowing that Clint was dead, so there'd be no more murders.
Right.
We are also leaning pretty hard into Iris being his daughter, which is very likely and very interesting, but we don't know that for sure.
Right. We don't know that. But, you know.
If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested. Objection! Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years.
Yes! Cosmo-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial...
A reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric! The court must be shown evidence.
What proof do you have? Probably, possibly explain self-defense.
Yeah, Alex, you do have another line.
Okay. It's just
Sorry?
It's just a setup question for the evidence.
What is the proof that you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? And we don't have evidence, Iris.
I mean, that's not... I don't think that's what we're looking for.
Because what reason are we actually trying to get at here right now? That's the real question. Is like, what reason are we going to give, and how do we prove it?
This, I think.
That he thought he was going to get out anyway?
He knew
about the plot?
He knew prior that he would get... he was going to
let him out.
And that he would get free. Because the jail indications are the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death.
Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan that couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary.
I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, "There are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration." In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. Do you think it's because they figured out that it was Clint?
We're trying to keep it quiet.
And so to keep it quiet, they made it look like it was Genshin so that they could make it a closed trial so that no one would ever find out.
Mm-hmm.
And then they can quietly just get rid of him.
Right, and then quietly,
quietly
Asogi can go back to Japan.
Quietly.
Everything is quiet, hush, hush, nothing goes wrong, and then Enoch Drebber fucks it all up.
And then
Bitch.
Male Strongheart shoots him in the heart.
In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet.
I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way.
Order, order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy.
Of course, because it's all intimately linked.
Yes, Chad emoji. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand.
Witnesses?
People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Oh, damn!
Caden and Daly?
Caden and Daly?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Ah,
Miles.
Governor Caden! And the poor chief warden for the prison!
Miles! It's your turn! 2 more for you!
I won't
Summon
allow-
Alex.
Who would even
Iris!
stand for me? Evie, because she hasn't
Evie
been
and
here in a
Iris!
while. Evie and Iris. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years.
Stay mad and get fucked.
It wouldn't be any trouble, my lord.
Is he here? Did they bring him too? Oh my god, please.
Oh my god, Sholmes! Mad lad coming in clutch!
It's just like really packed right behind the door.
Right? He's got
The
so many
entertainment.
people back there.
He prepared for this, man.
Father? Did you bring another friend?
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier,
Oh my god.
What a fucking goat.
asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency.
Yo! Mr.
Wow.
Sholmes did that.
You look how Iris look how Susanna looks so proud. She's like, yes!
Are you telling me that?
Sholmes finally got his shit together only because Mikotoba is here. Mikotoba
Honestly,
is...
I think that's exactly
I
what
think that's exactly correct. I think Mikotoba
That
is like
extremely gay.
the structure that Sholmes needs to actually be productive.
Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment.
This is the most circus that any court has ever been.
This is nuts.
We are in full control of what's happening in this courtroom, and Strongheart is just swimming in it.
Tried this. Sholmes finally achieved post-nut clarity. My lord. Nope. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
You're gonna fucking regret those words so hard. You
Standing helped you
absolute
with
shitbag.
I think we commented on it when he said them. We were like,
Oh, yeah.
You're gonna regret that.
Oh yeah.
Very well, bring in the witnesses.
This just feels so good.
It feels like bullying, but the
It-
good kind.
Yeah, it feels like the good kind of bullying. Just absolutely berating this man.
It's the only way for, like, if the villain is the judge for this to happen, right?
Right.
Like, It has to have everything against him.
Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all.
With me at the top. And all of you dead. Aw, bye, Selfie.
Good
Hey,
night.
Sophie.
Straw Hat
Bye,
bullying
Sophie.
team.
Yes. Look at him.
Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please?
Barry Caden. Oh my god.
Barry Caden.
Did you
We've
just
never
get
got
it?
his first name. I don't think we've
I don't think we've heard his
Barricading.
first name. No.
Really? My
If we
brain
did, it was only in his
decided to do it
profile.
already.
I don't think I've ever said it
Yeah.
out loud. Not like that.
Hayden. That's pretty great, though.
Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to...
Your
jaunty
other,
little tidbits to...
your
Gonna go
other,
to the other accent for this one.
your other persona, if you don't mind.
Oh. I do beg you. Of course.
Sniffle.
My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
Wash, the professor! We've already been through all this before. A decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened. What?
No, you got it.
No, I mean, but like, wasn't it means wasn't. So like, there wasn't anything untoward happened.
Yeah.
Like that didn't track in my head.
There wasn't anything untoward.
Happened.
Nothing happened that was untoward.
Yeah. Oh no, I mean, I understood what it meant. Just, like, the
Yeah.
sentence structure didn't make sense initially.
Yes, some Scots.
Yeah.
A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you call nothing untoward.
Ah, well.
The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison.
Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection.
Statute of limitations?
If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
Kazuma, Jesus, what?
He is doing the prosecutor.
God, hold on there, laddie. All I did was...
Witness! Governor Caden.
Aye, sir.
You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Sogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord.
There is no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Well, very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know about the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago.
The United Kingdom has no statute of limitations for criminal offenses.
Above summary offenses.
Above
So, like, the
summary
big ones, not, like, smaller stuff. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office.
Jock?
I assigned the convict to the chief order vigil here, and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
Oh, wow. Just coming out with it.
I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
I didn't ken that.
You're saying you don't know?
Listen, there wasn't a thing about the professor case that was any unusual in some way.
Some boy making lots
Didn't
of
ask any
noise.
questions. I just did what I was told. More than that, I couldn't tell you.
I see.
What if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office? Then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asoki and that office.
Okay, so did Genshin make the deal with Strongheart, but Strongheart was purposefully going to go back on that and just kill him himself?
It gets him out of, because it gets Strongheart out of everything.
Yeah.
He gets out of the murders, and he gets to get rid of the guy.
Yeah, so Strongheart was the professor.
I don't think Strongheart was the professor.
I think he was.
He was professor and the Reaper.
Because
That makes sense. Like, it doesn't not make sense.
Because the reason he was probably killing the royalty is because they were doing things and getting away with it because they're rich. And this is just him continuing on with the saying of, oh, these people are getting away with it because they have power.
Then what did Clint do?
He needed a fall guy.
Existed.
Or Clint found out?
Clint probably found...
Clint was getting close.
Clint also could have a backstory we don't know.
Yeah, we got somewhere to go, apparently.
The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit.
That, Council, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord.
I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information now. Do you intend to assert your right for cross-examination?
Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well, proceed, Council. I'm gonna attempt to shift over in my bed because my back is hurting and I need to lay flat.
Okay. So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all?
That's right. My only role in the scheme is as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it.
Ouch.
Ouch.
Alright then, who else did know about the plan?
I've no the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders.
So you don't know who else was involved?
Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens.
Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe as she's known now.
Huh. Why did I have to get caught up in such terrible business?
Hold it!
And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive?
Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official.
If it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it right away. And it wasn't me.
I cannot even say with certainty that it did originate from the I cannot even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What?
What?
There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who is behind it.
You can't be serious.
All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were. Didn't they bother with idle speculation? We just got the job done. Full range.
Yeah.
Just all around.
Yeah.
Believe me.
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night?
Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the Professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head.
Hideous treatment.
The fellow was surprisingly docile, for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country.
I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you?
Lost Vigil. Can I apologize enough? No, Governor, I don't believe you can. Don't change what's happened.
Hell yeah, good on you.
God, he just has such a sad face constantly, and I get why, but good God.
And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden?
It's incredible that it's been a decade and he hasn't got any wrinkles.
I was just thinking he's the Lear, but hotter.
I agree, Levi.
Thank you.
I haven't watched that show, so I don't. Or I haven't listened to that show, I don't know. I think I've seen art, though, of that guy.
Yeah.
But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation.
Aye, well, be that as it may, I didn't care nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I can that much, I do.
Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here.
A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor.
Well, shit. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
What was that line? I don't know if there were negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. God damn it, I was trying to press Q! Fuck you! So Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later.
I really didn't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations.
And perhaps something compelled him to agree.
What a terrible thing. Using the law to legitimize such underhand dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice.
I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up.
Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo.
No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what yet.
Well, in that case, we must keep digging into it, identify the problem. You gotta press the last statement. I know it's a nothing statement, but...
Yeah, I meant to, and
okay.
it
Bummer.
it clicked through instead of press.
The best part of playing on iPhone was, like, when I left, if I closed the app and I opened it back up, and it would bring me back one screen.
Ah.
Because it would, like, try to save where I had been last, right?
Yep.
It wouldn't do that a second time, but if I pressed the wrong thing once, I could go back one screen. It was hilarious.
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety?
I did everything I could at the time.
As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too?
My instructions were to get what to do with getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I can't tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally,
What does this all mean?
I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
What does this mean? Right, is what he said or something?
What?
What does this mean? Ah!
Mr. Vigil,
He's just crying.
is something wrong?
Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir?
He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention?
Oh my god.
What Governor
Jesus
Caden was
Christ.
just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps?
Is that in... Where is that? The Barclay Center? The convention center. It's in Brooklyn. Or it's in New York. The Barclay Convention Center is like a thing.
Oh my god.
For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country.
Oh, did it all just come fucking rushing back?
Please.
Just as my father was betrayed, it seems.
But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan.
Izzy says the convention center is in Brooklyn.
Nice.
What makes you think that?
Well, just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end.
When he does that sprite again where he's like holding his face all weird, I need you all to look at him because I'm pretty sure he doesn't have pupils.
Ooh. Okay.
Fun.
I just need to see if it was correct or if my eyes just fucked with me for a second.
It's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape?
Ah,
Yes, that's quite true.
If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay behind the high prison walls.
they needed it to be a failed escape. So that it would make the papers.
Or what they needed was, you know, him to admit. So they can say, no, we have him.
I think they needed it to be a failed escape so that it would be, they would be able to like publicize that they got the professor.
I don't think that like that part of it never went to the papers, right? It was a story that Enoch went to the papers with, and no one believed him. It destroyed his career.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was a folk tale.
So what made it to the papers is that they got the professor and executed him. There was nothing about the jailbreak.
Right. Hmm.
I think it was that someone over Strongheart set this all up. He found out about it and he pulled the trigger. He couldn't let Asogi get away.
Hmm.
I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly.
Do you know?
Truth be told, there is a wee matter that never quite made sense to me. If you believe there is some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, between Asogi and the body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it?
Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have. By amending your formal testimony.
Gads! Aye, go on then.
Strongheart didn't like that.
Look, it seems to me the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it!
Ooh.
Admitting to the crimes. That was what he had to bargain with, surely.
Can I see that myself? After all, did the prosecution know of conclusion against the Carlier?
Conclusive evidence.
Conclusive evidence against, what did I say?
Conclusion.
Have conclusive evidence against the Carlier? I think I was reading ahead and I was just so confused.
This you
Googled
mean?
Carlier's got like pictures of women, just like the name.
discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen.
Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all.
The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place.
So Carly is a Scots word that is like a diminutive form, like Carl, C-A-R-L-E, is like a Scots word for like man, or it's like a general term for a person. And Carly is used to like, basically like a diminutive, like calling someone a boy, not calling someone a boy, but like it's a diminutive form of man, is what that means.
A lad.
A lad. A guy.
A guy. Just some guy.
Just a fella. Just a little guy.
Just a little guy.
Just some guy.
A whippersnapper. I'm kidding.
And yet, the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. Armed. He was armed with something.
He had 3 arms.
He had 3 arms?
Well...
That's a more notable story than anything about murder.
Now he had 3 legs, if you know what I mean.
Thanks, Alex.
I don't know what you mean.
Please don't explain it.
Shield, you'll know when you're older.
Alex, DM me. I don't know what you mean.
Oh, his last will and testament? He said it was his final weapon.
What did he have?
He had the papers. I think it's the papers. I feel like that's.
Try.
I feel like that's all we have.
Thank you, Trifus.
Objection!
That was his
Is that
last
Alex
weapon.
DMing you, Levi?
I DM'd Levi.
Yeah, was that Levi? That giggle from Levi
No,
after reading what Alex
I was
said?
laughing at Triathus. Oh, thanks, Alex.
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble.
Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that.
Hold on, I want to read what the papers say again one more time. Request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Asogi, in the Empire of Japan.
What did he have?
Well, the ring didn't
Good
go
question.
home, which is noteworthy.
Right.
Is there something in the sword? Like, in the handle of the sword is my best guess.
Maybe. I wish I could zoom in. I want to zoom in so bad. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon.
Havers, the fella couldn't possibly have anything like couldn't it possibly have had anything like that? Sorry, Scottish is like a fast accent.
Yeah.
Frequently, and I tend to try to speed up, which at the speed I naturally talk is unsustainable.
Mm-hmm. Is absolutely completely absurd.
Fucking impossible. Unintelligible and unsustainable. So, at some point, I will slow down.
Take a deep breath. But you know that he did, Governor. The Isogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Isogi.
Ah!
It turns out that Mr. Isogi was hiding his will in a cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
You squealed, did ya? You wee rat! Did I not tell you not to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now!
Oh, I'm touching you, alright.
Ah!
When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Isogi pleaded with the warder.
Alright then. But what's on that paper?
Our last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
A weapon?
And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared. Didn't it?
Well, yes. Well, the prison warder searched the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found.
As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Isogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you?
Huh?
Would I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Isogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow?
Jinx? What? Sorry.
Jinx.
What in the blazes are you blathering about?
Leather in a boot.
The will was found right and proper. In the fella's cell, where I said it would be.
Are these not... Is this not the
Isogi paper?
These aren't actually the Isogi Papers, are they?
But how can that be? Where in his cell?
Is he, you know?
You know.
I know he's not, because
Place from top to bottom.
This bitch can be bi.
He could be.
Sure.
I mean, look at them.
Well, you didn't even do a proper job, you peely-wally galoot.
She actually, this actually isn't her husband. He has a twin brother that she's that she was actually looking for. He's still actually missing.
Sad bi energy.
You can't criticize me now.
Ragdoll before.
I showed it to you before. Did I know yon lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, "The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Isogi."
Which means everything is as it should be.
Oh, shut fuck.
Not
strong
quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
Mr. Isogi described this document as the only weapon he had left, and yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison in all these years is actually a fake?
As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board.
That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system.
Fuck off, dude. They admitted that they were part of the jailbreak plot.
You fuck off. It's this absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken.
Really, Strongheart?
What? No! I definitely heard him say that, I swear!
Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers.
We already have the bottom of this. He's on the witness stand. A taste of a waste of time.
A taste of wine.
Taste of wine. If the will was fake, where's the real document?
Objection.
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything. Very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. Ooh! It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something.
It's clear the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office.
Yeah, that some illicit negotiations took place.
So it's going to gloss over the fact that, check it on stream, that these obvious and reprehensible facts. I was trying to catch it on stream.
What did you say? I forgot I was muted.
We should hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again! The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard.
This must be heard.
It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
It was written in red ink.
Yes, sir, my lord.
I just want to be right.
No, I think you're right.
Just want to be right.
I believe you are, Molly.
What a mood. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he slams down on the hand desk. He was doing something with that will in his cell.
I love the little slappies and the ouchies. It's so funny.
Ellie! He turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. The kimono, I think it's called. Couldn't figure out how to do that in the accent. How to get there. In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. You're not satisfied with calling me a liar the once, eh? You wee waffinger.
Ugh.
Really, we're just going for a lot of insults, aren't we?
I love it.
Huh, there's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. I'm going to just deck you at one point. Other than the hold, you like to take on my cravat, of course. That's what we're going to do, is it?
He's doing it all by himself.
Are you going to give me a good shake again? Are you too scared?
Come on! You know you wanna.
Vibrates
want
intimidating.
Is he shaking him faster than he's ever shaken him, or is it just me?
He's
I think it's faster, yeah.
He's not getting ready to fight, he's getting ready to be fought.
Vigil's being such a little brat. Oh my god. Little and large. What a double act.
And they're both me!
They're both you, and you're doing a great job.
I'm having fun.
We complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family at home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen.
And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely.
And he cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork,
Are we missing a page?
perhaps.
Really?
And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing his end was nigh.
I don't think so.
So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. The Asuki papers. Okay. Kept watch. He was doing something with the will in his cell. Looked inside out. No avail. Found it. A directive came telling me to impound them. Interesting.
Hold it!
So, would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi?
Yes, certainly. But there was a precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike me as a man capable of mass murder.
Yet he confessed in full to the crimes.
I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes. I'm very bad at impressions. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in the mind of an Eastern holy man.
And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? There it is. No pupils.
I can't tell.
Oh, yeah, kinda, yeah.
I'm gonna screenshot it and zoom way the fuck in and see if I can...
I'll screenshot it and send it, because I got high quality.
I mean, even with my quality zooming in, he absolutely does not have pupils. I got Molly. I got a decent picture of him.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a real zoomed in.
I don't remember if you said this. I don't think you did.
It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well. Yes.
Voguing off into the middle distance.
The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell.
I don't know if it's a model mistake. It feels vaguely intentional because he always gets kind of like weird when he does the hand thing. I don't know.
It's a cool model. Like it may have been a model mistake. They just sort of kept it looked cool.
Yeah.
You know?
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he?
Yes, that's right. And like the Blampot Yar, he didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was.
You're one to
put a
talk.
whole plot on me. You did put a whole plot on me. I could see the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing material whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right.
Ah. So when exactly was the will penned?
That was before the man was remanded in Berkeley, obviously.
Yes, at the prosecutor's office under the supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland.
In that case, why was it found in his cell?
What do you mean by that?
Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely.
Ah!
It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell.
Ah, well.
The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
A prison governor cannot be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. Prosecutor's office, that wasn't a question, it was a statement, a defensive statement.
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter?
I am unable to offer an explanation here and now.
Of course
Fine.
not.
I haven't thought of one yet.
Of course not.
Come back to me in 5 minutes. I'll have
Give
something
me
up my ass.
5 minutes, and I've got something for you, maybe.
I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
Do we have the notarized page?
Is it notarized?
It's notarized?
That's news to us.
The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why.
He's so hot. Another inexplicable mystery, then.
Well, the thing about that will is... We turned the cell inside out looking for it after that.
Hold it!
It's fine.
It's green text. It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right?
Yes. When I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, It can't have disappeared completely in my face. Aye, well, it's down to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
It's just so vaguely threatening. I'm just fucking wiggling.
He's doing the Bernie.
I think the governor needs a taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo.
The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it?
But it proved impossible to find.
That's right. And before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean...
The article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Logate Cemetery. Traithus, it's both. It can be both.
You ever heard of Skiroused?
Yes, I have. That was it. The day after I read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. I think this sprite, that sprite there, the one before this, where he like has his arms crossed over his chest, is why I think it's a sprite error. Because if that was the same sprite, like the energy in these two poses is very similar, I would say that both of them would not have pupils if that was an intentional choice.
That's fair. He always like closes his eyes before bringing his hands up to his face. And so it could still be an error where like they close his eyes, forgot to put the pupils back. I don't know, or like it's a coding bug.
Yeah, I got no idea. And that's when the awful accusation was made.
That you'd aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal.
I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
You jumped out of a window, so...
I did jump out of a window. Not my best moment. Forgot it was also me. I was like, who's gonna do this voice? As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else.
Yeah, Izzy, I also, like, I think, I don't know, it gives the impression of, like, glazed over eyes. But, who knows if it's intentional or not.
It's cool either way.
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak.
Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office.
What name was on it?
There was no name.
I didn't care for. I didn't care now.
Yeah, he's back to screaming again.
All I can tell ya was that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell.
Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will.
Aye, that's what it was said.
Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after.
Continue with your testimony then, witness.
Hold it!
In that's you.
In Mr. Asogi's kimono.
My brain just did not follow any of that. Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Just no
That's
writing
weird.
materials.
Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember.
Because
If
they
they were
were...
trying to keep his identity, if they were trying to keep his identity a real, complete secret, him having, like, a kimono and, like, a bunch of personal effects
Yeah.
doesn't seem to be a great way of keeping him completely anonymous.
Right, but if they were trying to get him out of the country, him having all of his things makes sense.
Yeah. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword.
Did he wrap it in a sword? Is the real thing wrapped in the sword handle?
I've been saying!
Yeah!
Yeah, we've been trying to get our hands on that sword so we could spin it for a while, and then even then they won't let us find these secret compartments.
I mean, I don't think it has a secret compartment. I think it's just under the wrapping. And we would never have any reason to undo the wrapping on Karma. His sword.
I gotta say, the 3 zoom-ins in the chat, in the Discord of Daly's face getting closer and closer, it's fucking so funny.
I didn't get to see that. I just, like, posted the one.
You- Fucking got me so off guard.
Oh shit, that's me. Karma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family.
I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon?
Have some respect for Inosuke.
You have respect. You broke it. Respectful silence.
I gotta take a pee.
Get out of here. Go piss.
The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. You couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing.
I beg to differ. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials.
Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see.
The will was his weapon because the actual weapon was in the weapon. And he knew the sword would get sent back to Japan. In case he did actually die, which I think he suspected he would. Shasta.
Outside to pee.
Shasta?
Shasta's still not back? Shasta's at BRB a while ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr.
Dr.
Not me.
Dr. Makotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some hunchy rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say,
Is that right?
the letters just looked like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me.
Worms.
Worms.
Earthworms.
Earthworms.
Worms.
Indeed.
I
Got the
love
little
that.
in there. Earthworms.
Earthworms.
Earthworm. That's he's doing a spinny.
He's doing another spin, and he's gonna be like, it wasn't black ink, I know it.
Red.
And I'm right.
Excuse me.
Until they tell me, I'm gonna keep screaming I'm right. And then they'll tell me, and then I'm gonna scream I'm right.
God, if we got that like 3 hours ago, fuck.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil?
I think I always feel faint. I think I'm just severely anemic.
Somebody get this man a snack. Mr. Vigil.
Sir! It was Scarlet, sir!
Yes! I'm right!
Fuck yes! Fuck yes!
I'm right!
Yeah!
What?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Anemic, I think we
Think
could
about
fix
it
that
like
with
that.
some leeches.
Oh my god. The last thing this man needs is less blood. I didn't mean to just blurt it out like that. The pause of Molly typing.
It's a good quote, Miles.
It's a good one, yeah.
It's good.
I think. Yeah, that's the joke, Nat.
Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful.
Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly. Or possibly not.
The Scarlet Letter.
There's a big
Oh.
A. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. He's sort of going, different directions.
My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Shasta, I heard you speak.
You sure did. Permission granted.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil.
Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink. But perhaps I'm mistaken.
Sorry, so what was your prediction, Molly, about Scarlet?
Clint had red ink on his fingers,
Oh.
and so the letter that
The letter he
Genshin
had was actually
was something that Clint had written, and whatever Clint wrote was super damning for somebody. Probably strong heart, but hard to say. But yeah. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of his right hand, but no document and corresponding ink was found.
There we go.
Genshin had that.
Back.
Nice.
So I'm gonna press him first, and then I think I need to present the autopsy report, but we'll see. Scarlet, you say?
Well, yes, I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment. Of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black.
Ooh, Angie.
Witness! Is that really what you saw?
I'd also be okay if it went over a little bit tonight. I don't know if anyone else would be, but because, we only have, 2 more after this? Before I need to be away for a week, which would suck.
I feel like we're kind of close.
Yeah, try
at
this at
least.
15-minute time check. So,
Yeah.
I'm saying, that's why I'm bringing it up. Is if we end up going, 10 minutes over or whatever, I don't think
Yeah.
anybody would.
No, it's fine. We'll find a good
Ow.
stopping point.
I don't got nothing to do tomorrow.
I
Yeah,
never
go to
have
the
anything
pharmacy.
to do.
I mean, I have to go to work, but
Ah. That would do it. What? Sir?
Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart?
I apologize. Continue.
Oh
like,
yeah, majorly.
What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? The Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way. Oh, then I have her. You can plainly see the writing here. It's as black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat. Oh yes, you're right.
Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Osogi was holding that night?
Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back.
But it was definitely a will, was it?
Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Osogi told me. So it was Clint's will.
I think it was Clint's will. Mm-hmm.
The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There is nothing more to add.
A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma's father holding, I wonder?
If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, it was presented to the court at once.
Thank you.
So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father.
Trithos says that we probably have a little over half a session after we finish tonight.
Oh shit.
Oh damn, okay.
Which makes sense. I feel like we only have...
Does that
I feel like
take into
we...
account like epilogue stuff? Because that usually takes some time after.
Yeah, I feel like we only have like one big thing left to do. Like we're gonna finish this, maybe tonight, maybe not, but like we're gonna finish with Caden and Vigil. There's gonna be one more thing, and that's gonna be like wrapping up everything with Clint. And
we gotta pull on the ears one more time. So we
gotta, we have the ears. I feel like that's gonna happen like right at the end. I feel that's my vibes. It's like right near the end, we're gonna be so close, and we'll need Sholmes to like tie it all together, pin it all together.
Also,
we need Sholmes to bring Iris in.
Only another half a session. That means we have half a session to finish up with an ending, right? Like we should be fine then.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice. Okay. I wonder what he could have possibly meant when he described it as a weapon.
It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Osogi actually had nothing.
But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense.
It's starting to sound like Mr. Osogi actually might have had something.
Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again, and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we need to present the autopsy report on Vigil's last statement.
Objection.
Yes.
Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see.
What? Havras again! You have no evidence to see that.
Have a look at this report.
That's my brother's autopsy report.
Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand.
Yes, so it does.
I like that we're looking at the same thing, but I've got a stack of papers and he's got a scroll.
Hell yeah.
He's glued it on the inside. like Elmer's glue stick.
Oh my lord.
It rolls up, it's very
There's
cool.
so much crinkling when he's unrolling it.
It's so bad.
It's a scarlet ink.
Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they?
Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man.
Was he?
Oh,
Good for breeding.
Good for him.
Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately.
But he didn't.
What is your point, Council?
He was a nice loaf of French bread. Well bred. My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually coloured ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had an opportunity to clean his hand. Who was into that? Inked fingies.
fingies.
I remember something troubled me at the time.
He wrote his will in his blood.
The lid of my brother's inkwell was open.
He might have, Alex.
But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual.
I'd like to claim that was a joke on purpose, but I am shit at spelling. It's okay. I thought it might be a mistake, but I wasn't going to call you out.
It was certainly a snack either way.
Hey. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting
Let's crack open that sword.
that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was...
The same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death.
Then it was...
If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes, Mr. Vigil. Mr. Vigil! I needed to say that more forcefully. When you spotted Mr. Asogi with a document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not?
Alright then, what was on that paper?
a last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
Fuck. God.
A last will and testament.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah!
So we were...
We were right!
Still right, just not... Yeah.
We were right when we first heard that it was a will and testament, and then they gave us Genshin's will and testament, and we're like, huh, interesting.
Yeah.
And then we circle back around and we're right. Hell yeah.
I love us.
Yeah, I love us too. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said.
You really think?
Why are you looking at me like that now? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks.
No. What?
Objection!
Ooh!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die.
He knew he was gonna die. That is what it would mean. Yes.
No! Impossible! That is utterly out of the question.
Lord Van Zieks!
Clint was pursuing the Professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done. Until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death. It's obscene!
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death.
And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained?
Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy.
Information of the utmost secrecy. Oh! No, it couldn't be.
I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest.
Phantom will.
Oh, phantom will nobody can attest to, having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord. That's unacceptable.
What did you say, Counsel?
The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion.
But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue.
Is this our ear tug moment? It doesn't feel like it. Is it? A reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. That Clint is the Professor. But it's just too hideous.
Mr. Naruhodo. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Sato.
So hold your head high, and keep soldering on.
Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case.
The defense's last statement is mere conjecture.
What are you getting at, man?
I'm so sorry, Barak. I'm so sorry.
This is gonna...
This is ouchie. Big
Inosuke.
oof. I know, Kazuma. I'm sorry, everybody. As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact.
Oh, baby.
You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo.
I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession.
A confession?
Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
I know.
This is so fucking nuts, dude.
I'm sorry.
Enough. Council.
I know. I know.
What are you saying? Do you even realize?
I know.
Molly just has his head in his arms.
A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean...
I know. I'm sorry. Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in, but it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all.
No. You can't be suggesting...
It was, in fact, the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself.
Ooh. There's still no music. This is fucking nuts.
Oh no! Oh no, that was so painful. Oh!
God. Kinda hot though.
Oh yeah, super hot. So sad.
Hot trauma.
Super hot. So sad.
It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box.
Oh no! The great Van Zieks family. They've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years.
And Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice.
He was actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of atrocities against mankind?
Do you want to read the last one? There's the last one.
If the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would be finished.
My brother.
Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
I wonder, though, did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Barak Von Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was?
Order! Order! Order in the court!
Lord Van Zieks. The Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog?
Yes. He did.
Oh man, this sucks. This-
the badge.
This sucks so bad.
This is so good. Oh my god.
Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him
Oh my god!
Fuck.
I don't believe this.
No, it was the collar we found.
My brother in murder gives your dog square on the lip.
When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too. Almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck.
Yeah. A jewel-studded collar.
That's right. Sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night.
Yeah. A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London.
How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate letter capital B.
B for Balmung.
Everybody just assumes that it's fucking Baskerville
Yeah.
or
God.
something. No, it's Balmung. Oh
B for Balmung.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B.
Oh my, you know it!
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
Oh, no, it does mean Baskerville. Alright. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now?
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow.
Oh my god.
Oh.
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 Iris is the child
Christ.
becoming more likely by the second.
Oh.
Married.
That pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The collar you've described was Balmung's.
Family insignia of Lord Clint von Zeke's widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course.
But it could equally have been from human prey.
Yummy.
So is it true then? Clint Van Zeeks really was the professor? Impossible! These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own!
Christ.
So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself, and that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society.
My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil.
Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, I can.
Shit. 10 years have passed. And still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed.
The anonymity.
Fuck off. It's impossible to do with this accent.
Anonymity.
Very well then. You may have the truth.
We may have the truth?
May. You may.
Oh.
Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was.
Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself.
Clint.
The 19th century was truly miraculous 100 years for Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the docks. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, and eventually, he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese.
Once again? What do you mean?
10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. Ooh. The Professor!
Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once.
Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice, say, in the capital.
Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion, whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes.
Do you have evidence?
Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous, savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy.
So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that it's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea. And as a result, he took it upon himself to visit Van Zieks' mansion on his own. You can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Very near the outcome, of course. Lord Van Zieks perished.
I don't believe this.
So, in actual fact, Cosima's father did.
He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor's killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life.
As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And? What about the will?
Sogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time.
He didn't trust you.
Of course not.
And also he did kill a man, so...
The only person who knew the true identity of... I was the only person who knew the true identity of the professor. So I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it, that you were behind it all?
It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father.
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him naturally.
Gregson.
Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that.
There's no question that it was a Sogi who murdered Lord Van Zieks. The house staff has made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective?
Blimey. So that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, wasn't it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy.
And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Osogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges.
But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings.
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
He had a family.
What weakness?
You, Cosimo?
Isn't it obvious? You, Cosimo Osogi.
Me?
He was a dad.
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Osogi.
What?
Oh, yeah, you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention. And you will see Japan and your son again.
Yeah, I knew that was what. Yeah.
You scoundrel!
Whether you choose wisely or not. It will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. Whatever rash claims you make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Sogi. The gallows.
Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden.
Yes, that hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what's it to be, Sogi?
Kazuma. He did it for me!
He assumed he would be going home. As I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Which is also why he had to shoot him.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mael Strongheart?
I have a brilliant idea once you say Lord Baroque von Zeke.
Okay. Alright.
Good place, good place.
Yeah.
You have to stop. I'm really. I think I was about to say. I just did good.
Yeah, I just wanted.
One more round.
I was like, do I stop before he answers? No. We'll let him answer, and then we'll stop.
Spicy. I've never gotten to do the Lord dump before.
Yeah, you're
Yeah, you did.
I'm so tired.
I was right. I was right.
Clint being the professor.
You did.
Oh, yeah, we
you
got
did
that
that.
very
You got that.
Yeah. We
But-
got that pretty quickly, but it's so satisfying.
So good. Feels good. Feels good. Alright. We'll be back with more. We'll be back to finish the game probably next Thursday.
Holy shit.
I will not be streaming on Sunday. And I will not be streaming on Tuesday.
I was
So
going to ask why you weren't streaming on Sunday.
fucking stupid. You know why. We're playing D&D, you
My
dumbass. But yes. So, the next time I'll be streaming is next Thursday. Unless I, decide to do some bonus content at some point. I don't know, we'll see. But play and stream Thursday. That's it. Anyway, have a good rest of your night. I hope to see you all back next week. And I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for coming. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.